phone sometime on the weekend. Like the phone ain't ringing. You know it ain't.
Yeah,
You know it's Saturday.
today.
Yeah, the people don't. Yeah. Easy to say. It was the police chief, man. Yep. Chris keep on. I get a call from you on the weekend. I know something. I know something.
Your boy.
What happened? Yes, sir. Let me answer this phone. They be hitting my phone so fast, man. Sending pictures, photos. Oh yeah. You realize you sending this to a city phone, right?
I think we need
I don't know what to do when you retire, bro. God. I know I'm gonna be at that restaurant, so.
right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Waiting for you.
Someone like a administrator, maybe two people administrator.
Check, check. It is 6:30 p.m. Tuesday, May 5th, and at this time I am calling our city council meeting to order, but I'm going to stall for just a couple of seconds to give a couple council people some time to make it back to their seats.
See, she eating.
Don't worry, it's not just you.
Go get mine, Popeyes.
We still waiting on one more. Is Will already here? I see his computer set up. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay. We will start with Pledge of Allegiance, and then invocation will be given by Second Ward Council Member and Vice Mayor Freddie Dancy's special guest, Pastor Chris Heidenberg from Found Church.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the
Republic for which it stands, one nation,
under
under
God,
God.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Well, again, thank you for the opportunity to pray with you all. I always consider it a real privilege to be able to pray in a public space, and I also want to just honor each of you for your for the difficulty that you face working in a public space in a civic arena. It's not easy. And I consider you guys to be servants of the city, and so I honor you for that, and I just want to lift all of you up in prayer. Father, we ask you to be present in this space today. We ask you for the wisdom of your Spirit. We ask you for the strength to make the determined decisions that are necessary to lead this city forward. And we just thank you, Lord, and ask that you be ever so present and move in the midst of these conversations, this discussion, and ultimately the decisions that are made. In your name, Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Madam Clerk, if you will proceed with a roll call, please.
Mayor Mahoney,
Present.
Vice Mayor Dancy,
Eastside.
Councilmember Robinson,
Present.
Councilmember Gunn,
Present.
Councilmember Wood, Councilmember Hunt,
Present.
Councilmember Fortgrave.
All right, thank you very much. Next, I'd be looking for a motion and support to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Yep. I did. Hang on. It just was on both pages for some reason. Unless you just resent it again. Okay, it's on there now. agenda. Next is a public hearing for our fiscal year 2026, 2027 proposed budget. Looking for a motion and support to open the public hearing. Bless you. It's been moved and supported. Y'all have to forgive me. My allergies got my left ear blocked, so if I don't hear you from this way, just yell at me, okay? I won't take it personal. It's a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed the same. Public hearing is now open. And before we get started, just want to read the rules for speaking before City Council during the public comment portion, during the public hearing portion of the meeting. Number one, each speaker will state their name and address. Number two, during public hearings, the City Council may enact a timeline on all speakers to ensure that all present get an equal chance to speak. Council members and/or staff may answer questions during this time. Number three, comments made during the public hearing shall remain relevant to the specific topic of the hearing. Number four, each speaker should be polite and courteous to the council and members of the public in attendance. Number five, while any speaker is free to express his or her opinion on the specific topic of the public hearing, no speaker may direct personal attacks at any member of the staff or council unrelated to the manner in which they perform their duties, use obscene language while addressing the city council, or engage in disruptive or disorderly behavior during a council meeting. Number six, should the mayor determine that any of the items listed in number 5 occur, the mayor may declare the speaker out of order. If a speaker is declared out of order by the mayor and refuses to cease and desist from disruptive or disorderly conduct, the mayor may order the person removed from the meeting. Do we have any mailed in or emails? Okay, thank you. John C. King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John King, 203 3rd Street here in the city. As far as the budget process, and I've sort of mentioned this before previously, and I'll start with the city cleanup day on Saturday. It worked out really nice, getting rid of certain things. A few neighbors had like brush and things. Since I have a truck, I took it with me, and so, like, it was helpful to get rid of things like that just from the immediate block that I'm on. The employees were friendly, had smiles and were helpful and everything like that, really nice. None of them said the United States was a bad place. None of them called me maybe a racist or other people, or there just didn't seem to be any politics involved with it. So that's where I want to see the money budgeted towards, is maybe DPW and providing services to the residents. Last week we had the Supreme Court decision in which judging people other than by the content of their character is basically no longer legal. So that's where, as I've complained about, the Department of DEI and a lot of the, it meant there was like a thing, that they are reflective of the diverse and inclusive values of the community it serves. I don't agree with that. I think it's a lot of propaganda that, there's a lot of falsehoods, almost like hate and stuff, and yet all kinds of money is being put towards that. In the report for this upcoming year, there's hopes for the expansion of DEI. It's mentioned different things like grow Juneteenth, make it an all year, maybe a employee will have to be dedicated to that, so a lot of money will need to be put towards that. It mentioned expanding the youth council, maybe now it's full, and as I mentioned a couple meetings ago, the chair, I think was during the State of the City address, kind of gave some anti-American propaganda, and I don't want to see money budgeted towards indoctrinating youngsters with that kind of nonsense. I know it mentioned the Hispanic Heritage Festival. You know, I thought that was just a separate deal. Jacob Inocencio and another young lady were doing that. Of course, they canceled it, you know, suggesting that, oh, there was fear that ICE was going to come here and arrest, if not illegal aliens, maybe they'll even arrest American citizens and stuff. So that's more how DEI goes along with that type of politics. I don't know. There was, at some point last year, the amount of money went up to like over $600,000 that was budgeted. Now, the stuff I currently see, it's kind of dropped back down. So after, I think I complained, maybe John Wilson and others, like even on Facebook, I don't know what the sleight of hand was that maybe, oh, actually, maybe that amount wasn't spent. So I don't know what's up with that. I would ask maybe the city manager, but he's not here, so I don't think that question can be answered. I know, it's been probably a year and a half ago, there were some expenses, big ones like trucks and things like that, that the DPW was purchasing. And I thought, well, gee, there were like at least, well over $1 million still left that hadn't been spent. And so after those were purchased out of general funds, since DPW stuff was done with, Mike Osborne walked out because he was no longer needed. So I briefly just asked him, well, why wasn't that paid with ARPA funds? And he said, well, they had already met their budget. And I'm thinking, all this money is coming out of the general funds to pay for stuff like that when it could have been paid with ARPA funds. And yet, as I've been mentioning with the DEI, the politics is just so bad. I want money spent on services to the citizens, not politics. So that's my thoughts on the budget. Thank you.
Jimmy, I see you with a green form over there, brother. If you want to speak, come on up, and then you can just turn that in to us later. Now, you knew you was going to speak during this public hearing.
Somebody's got to counter John C. King.
You don't.
I'm going to start off with the budget. No budget is anybody's fault. I started getting involved in politics in about 2010, but just before that, I was started to get interested in economics and global economics. And I want to start with the crisis and the crash of 2008. That was when the whole country probably should have declared bankruptcy, and we should have restructured our debt. But instead, we rolled it over. And it was within a couple of years, I heard the term debt ceiling. First time I ever heard the term. And I looked it up, and sure enough, it was an instrument put into the Congress so that we never overspent, so that we wouldn't have a bankruptcy. So in 2011 was the first time, and my congressman was one person who voted for it, voted to raise the debt ceiling. 2 more times, that happened, and the debt ceiling was raised. Then Congress did away with it altogether. So since then, we've been on this free-for-all where nobody seems to know where money comes from, and yet we have just been in a position where, and it's the demand of the people, you know, so shame on us. We want everything, and we want help for everything. But we've increased almost every budget across the board and kind of expanded what government has done, and that's a ball of wax into itself, because that expands to a lot of the NGOs that now are funded through a lot of federal and state money. But when it comes to leadership, you know, when you can print money, any moron can be in charge. Kermit the Frog could run our government as long as you got plenty of money to pay for everything. But the moment you run through an economic contraction or a budget problem, that's when you start to that's when true leaders are going to need to be stepping up. There's going to be some hard decisions to be made in the next couple of years. It's nobody's fault. We all knew when COVID shut us down that we were all going to get a lot of money. We all also knew that it was going to end. Now, having said that, we're almost to the predictive program position of we're running out of money, budgets are tight, and some of them are a little underwater. Revenue streams aren't as great as we thought they would be, and our tax base is reducing. I think this is a perfect place to be for a place like Jackson. We have been underneath the boot of something for the longest time, whether it's the redlining of how the South Side had happened, or whether it's Jackson just supposed to be the resource center for all of the Section 8 and the people who are in dire need after coming out of the prison, or somebody who gets into the system. We've been a place where a lot of people are benefiting from the services that are being provided to the product at the bottom, the poor people. Now, somewhere in there, we're going to have to find the difference between what the public economy is and what the private economy is, and how we're going to start putting this burden back towards the private sector. Charity is going to have to be a thing versus anything else. I went on too long about this. I said everything I wanted to say. I just want to reiterate that the leaders of the future, they're going to have to be a lot better than the leaders of the past, I promise you. There is no status quo that's going to save us. There is no new piece of paper that we're going to put over the old piece of paper and everything's going to go away. This is going to be rough. I'm going to love it. And back to the DEI department, I've been working with Katima and the DEI department and the MLK CIA corridor for several years now. And I don't care what that is called. That department is a gem to our community. And if anyone has ever met Katima or watched her in her little, in her orbit, and when she's in her sphere of being the person that she is representing the city, we need 100 Katimas. So I don't care what you call that department, but that department is doing a lot for what it has in its budget, and it probably could use another couple of people and turn it into an ambassador tourist attraction program. But that's just my opinion, John. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to record my objection to the implication that Kermit the Frog is not a smart Muppet. He is, in fact, the leader of the Muppets and runs the show quite well, is my understanding. Thank you.
You're here.
Duly noted.
That's Scooter.
With that being our closing comment during this public hearing, I would ask for a motion for us to close the public hearing.
So moved.
It's been moved and duly supported. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed the same. Brings us to item number 6, our fiscal year 2026-2027 budget workshop. Who's going to kick us off? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good.
Good evening. Jonathan is wrapping up a meeting this evening, and so he asked me to kick things off and get us going. So welcome and to the 2026-2027 proposed budget. Rebecca's gonna drive over there for me tonight, and I forgot to plug us in before I left. So she's gonna get the budget up there. So first off, I wanted to talk about the city tax base and our 10-year trends. This year, the inflation cap for Michigan was set at 2.7%, and we experienced a 5.8% increase in the taxable value for 2026, for a total taxable value of approximately $867 million, and this is due to the inflation cap that's uncapped when property values are sold. So you can see that it's also gone up every year for at least the last 10 years that are shown on that table. And then we'll move on to the millage rates. This year, the general operating and the public improvement millages are going to remain the same as calculated by the Headley Act. But the good news is the City Hall debt and the Act 345 police and fire pension millages are going to decrease due to reduced service requirements in the upcoming fiscal year. So the overall decrease will be just over 1 mil, or 5.87% compared to the previous year. If we look at the 10-year trend table, and actually this isn't even on the 10-year trend table, if we go back to 2016-17, the millage rate next year will be the lowest since then. And since 2021, it'll be over 3 mils less. So heading in the right direction. Next, we're going to look at our income tax trends, which we have more good news there. The last few years, they've been relatively flat. And then in the 2025 fiscal year, they actually were down about $600,000. So far this year, they've been up, and we're expecting them to increase about 12.5% over last year, with a modest growth projected for fiscal year 27. Looking at the fund balance, for the current fiscal year, we're projected to end at about 38.5% of the total projected expenditures. And at the end of 27, 30.3%, which is in line with our current fund balance policy. This year, our debt service retirements include the 2016 capital improvement bonds, which were retired in October of 25. And next month, the 2001 DDA TIF bonds will be retired. Next year, in fiscal year 27, the City Hall refunding debt bonds will be retired, and that will eliminate the City Hall debt millage also. And just as a footnote, if anyone has paid close attention, the debt service funds 309 and 308 up there have been revised since the budget was originally distributed to reflect the final debt service information that was provided since we closed on those bond issues recently. And I also recently added the debt service summary for the enterprise funds, which includes the DWSRFs and the CWSRF. We don't have any interest amounts for those because they are not finalized yet. This year I wanted to talk a little bit about the self-insured healthcare fund. This is one that we haven't talked about recently. But we've had a steady decline since 2020 due to increased claims utilization. In fiscal year 26, we're projected to have approximately $1 million fund balance at the end of the year as claims have reduced significantly. And that includes fewer shot claims as well. And also lower monthly settlement payments to Blue Cross. If these current trends continue into fiscal year 27, we should be at around a $2 million fund balance, which is roughly where we'd like to be, given the increasing costs of health care. And then just as a final note, the city manager's proposed budget reflects the city's continued financial stability, with fund balance levels meeting established policy targets and providing a solid foundation for ongoing operations. However, as one-time revenue sources decline, the city's capacity to fund new capital investments is more limited. In response, this budget carefully aligns expenditures with available resources while maintaining essential services and operational priorities. Looking ahead, continued strategic planning, disciplined financial management, and thoughtful prioritization of critical needs will be essential to preserving long-term fiscal sustainability. These efforts will position the city to maintain high-quality public services while making targeted investments, support community priorities, and future growth. Does anybody have any questions on any of that so far? Nope. All right, then next up, we're gonna have the police. Yes.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Certainly a pleasure to be in front of you this evening to talk about our budget. I always start with some good news, more or less. We're allocated 52 sworn police officers in the city of Jackson, and currently we have 50. So we are doing well on filling some of our vacancies. So always good to start there. Now, with our budget consists more or less of 4 big departments or areas, if you will, and I go through each one. Overall, our total increase of our budget is 0.29% over fiscal year 26's adopted budget, which is the lowest we've had since fiscal year of 21. Number one is our personnel costs. 0.17 decrease in personnel costs from fiscal year 26 due to negotiated retirement cost changes. Personnel costs equate to probably about 86% of our overall budget in fiscal year 27. More than $3.4 million goes to Public Act 345 pension costs for sworn police officers. Next item is number 2, our materials and supplies. We looked at a 6.09 decrease in materials and supplies from fiscal year 26. Most other areas stayed the same, showing a decrease compared to fiscal year 26. 2 areas which increased our protective gear and uniforms due to the necessity of outfitting new staff with appropriate uniforms and body armor. Number 3, contractual and other. We had a 5.52 increase for our contractual and other services from fiscal year 26. Services included LifeWays clinician, mental health social worker as part of our GVI program. An increase of $50,000 was added to our budget, which was more or less the Community Development Department Eyes on the Block program, which was added to the City Police Department's budget. We have retention incentives paid out to lower union members, included 2 police officers who will reach their 5-year anniversary with the police department. And lastly, in this area, software maintenance fees continue to increase, as we all see, and the department is using technology more often for operational investigative needs to include a foresight for the use of future AI. Last one is number 4 for me is capital outlay. We had a 4.44% increase in our projects compared to fiscal year 26. Some things, while the building additions, the majority of the improvements of the police department's main facility or its outdoor range were cut from the budget prior to this presentation. Evidence locker replacement, remodel of evidence packaging area, replacing floor in the evidence packaging area, repair sewer system at the outdoor range, and rebuild a women's locker room was also cut from the budget. What did remain, we are replacing the second floor windows to the PD is the only major project currently in our budget. Office furniture and storage units have not been replaced since the mid-90s. Several areas were to be updated in fiscal year 27. They were cut from the proposed budgets. For vehicles, 2 patrol vehicles will be purchased to replace patrol vehicles reaching their life cycle. An additional patrol vehicle and 1 administrative vehicle was also removed from the budget. And lastly, one big item that we have is for our capital outlay is our radio system. In June of 2027, the state of Michigan will mandate that all law enforcement agencies and their radios have encryption to them. So that gives us just about a year to get all of our radios encrypted. We did budget for that. We did look at all types of radios. Of course, you have the Cadillacs, and you have things, that will get you by. So we did budget kind of in the middle of the road to get us by when that happens. The unique thing about the radios for us, not only the encryption for 2027, but the shelf life ends in 2030. So it makes no sense to just put new encryption into old radios. So we looked at getting brand new radios for all our radios in our vehicles, as well as the portable radios that we carry. That will conclude my summary. I'll entertain any questions if anyone has any.
Council, what questions do we have? Chief, for those encrypted radios and new radios, do you foresee the possibility of any funding being provided to pay for the replacement of and update of those?
Yes, we've made one attempt before, obviously by previous employer, coupled with the 911 dispatch center. It failed. Well, it never reached the White House. We did try again. I did reach the first appropriation from what I understand. And when I mean we, not the city of Jackson, but the dispatch center with Congressman Wahlberg's office.
Okay.
So yes, there's an opportunity potentially.
So I know you said we have 50
sworn.
50 sworn. Are we finding it hard to maintain or keep officers? Yes. I know we have some retirements coming up soon, right?
We do. We have 6 retirements in next fiscal year, which we're planning for accordingly, which will include 2 supervisors, 2 detectives, a lieutenant, and a sergeant. So we've already started some of the processes for replacement already. So we kind of do a little proactive work to try to make sure we backfill those.
Council, any other questions for the chief? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor
Thank you, sir.
and council.
Go ahead and continue, I'm still catching
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. This year's proposed budget, the Fire Department reflects a disciplined approach focused on supporting current staffing levels, firefighter safety, and meeting increasing emergency service demands within our community. In 2026, the department responded to a record 6,400 calls for service. This ongoing increase underscores the need for reliable staffing, consistent training, and operational readiness. Each call represents a resident in need, and this year's budget ensures the department remains prepared to respond effectively and professionally. As a snapshot, the total proposed increase for this year is 8.64%. The primary cost drivers are personnel, contractual obligations, and inflation on goods and services. After salaries and fixed costs, less than 10% of the budget supports the day-to-day operations. FY27 budget was prepared to ensure reliable service delivery during another record-setting year, with year-to-date call volumes already up 4%. Personnel remains a foundation to our emergency response. You will see a 2% increase in personnel costs driven by contractual wage adjustments, step increases, benefits, which allows us to stay competitive in the job market in supporting both recruitment and retention. Personnel counts for approximately 86% of the total budget, coinciding with previous years. Strategic staffing levels include the proposed addition to one firefighter, aligning with our long-term goal. This is incremental staffing investment improves response reliability, firefighter safety, while also allowing personnel to support essential services needs from the community and the growing demands on the fire department. This progress is a positive step, but staffing improvements remain below pre-recession levels of 2008. Inflation, fuel supplies, gear, and maintenance will place additional pressures on future budgets, which is why continued upstream thinking, like continued support for partnerships and potential grants, are critical. Training and equipment see a moderate to stable change. The fire department suppression personnel average 5 years of total service. That is 29 suppression staff. The average is 5 years of service. Why is training is so paramount. Last year we averaged 5,600 hours of service, and year to date we're at almost 1,800 hours. This ongoing investment over the last years is core resources and equipment has demonstrated its value during several major fires in 2025. Training ensures compliance, operational readiness, and the ability to respond to these increasing emergencies. Training remains our priority, but some long-term equipment and technology upgrades are deferred to support the immediate operational readiness. Operating supplies, you see a moderate increase in the budget. There was a 19% increase in EMS calls since 2021, which represents the increased budget for those supplies. Testing and continued rise in consumables continue to raise these line items. However, through continued partnerships, we are working to offset these costs through joint purchasing, training, and closest apparatus dispatching, which have shown cost savings in fuel maintenance in these areas that we're continuing to develop. Fire prevention and community risk reduction continues to deliver measurable impact. We have an 86% compliance for fire and life safety systems. We've reached over 200 residents through CPR, AED, and fire extinguisher training. And the growing needs of expanded outreach from these community programs continue to rise again this year. These programs reduce long-term risk, but require sustained investments to maintain their effectiveness. Through capital outlays and facilities, you will see there is a dramatic decrease. Our focus is on maintaining 2 active fire stations and 1 closed fire station built in the 60s. ARPA funding has allowed us to address these critical efficiency needs last year and the year before. You will see a 74% reduction in the building improvement spending compared to last year. There are no projected major capital improvements that are funded this year as they are deferred the critical infrastructure needs. Apparatus and vehicles, recent ARPA funding through the apparatus investment has improved our reliability in our apparatus. Last year, we did start a vehicle replacement fund, was initiated, but the current funding is not sufficient to support long-term replacement cycles. Potential shared apparatus partnerships with our partner Summit Township may offer cost savings, but remain under evaluation. In conclusion, this year's budget is designed to support a reliable service delivery in a high-demand environment. Strategic investments in personnel training and prevention ensured the department will remain capable and responsive even with limited resources. Adding one firefighter is a proactive step, and we're actively pursuing initiatives, solutions for future staffing and capital needs. Continued council support has enabled us to meet the growing demands and remain prepared for the emergencies and community needs. Thank you for your consideration on this year's proposed budget, and I would entertain any questions.
Council, what questions do we have?
Can I ask one for the good of the order? For
Absolutely.
For everyone's benefit, Chief, can you give a brief overview of the efforts made so far on partnerships? This council approved an agreement a few months ago. Give us an update on how those, what's starting to bud, what's starting to bear fruit,
Yeah,
and things like that.
Great question. We have been working our strategic plan that was approved by both Summit and Jackson. And so from that, we've initiated 3 phases. Operationally, we've been meeting with our command staff from Summit as well as us. We've been aligning SOPs, SOGs. We also have been looking for ways to basically break the borders down and, like I stated before, send that closest apparatus. So how would we look running as one department? How would we have our efficiencies? We've also been looking operationally as how staffing models would look. How are we going to be able to get the most bang for the buck? And so those have all been basically bookmarked with the plan of a shared service agreement. As far as staffing goes with the unions, we've had multiple conversations. I'm hopeful to bring an LOA to you in the recent and near coming times. And so that would look as how does our staffing models look? How would we be able to share some staffing day to day? I've directed our operations chief along with Summit Township to look at a fleet maintenance program. I want them to take a look at both fleets and see how we're looking, giving them a score and what we will need with the overall plan is the next vehicle purchase is to be one jointly purchased together. So we are also looking at reimbursement rates as far as pay rates for firefighters based from Summit Township to the city. And I believe we have a meeting coming up in the near future to address some of those and hopefully come up with a number that will suffice for both the city as well as Summit Township. So a lot of plates spinning. Nothing landed as of yet, but all the conversation is very productive.
Council, any other questions? Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I'm really proud to be here tonight to talk to you about the parks, recreation, cemeteries, trail, art, downtown, and many more things that come out in the area of parks and recreation. Today I provided you a folder. It's the first time I've done this, but it's very hard to put into place over 100 multi-generational programs, what we're doing in the trails, what we're doing at the golf courses, and also what is happening with over 100,000 visitors and everything that we do within a year. One thing I want to bring to point to is for your leisure reading later on, I kind of put what I'm talking about today in case you had any questions later. I also provided some of our new brochures and things that we're doing with our department to work towards like a new multimedia across the board with our webpage and what we're doing within the city center kitchen and what we're doing within the city center rental facility area. So you could take a great look at that. And I would be remiss if I do not share that an employee in our department who has been here for 41 years has taken this on, and she is rolled with this, doing our webpage, making sure things are up to date, things are matching, and we're moving forward in a really great way. So we're really excited about some of our material coming out today. So I wanted to make sure for your leisure you can look at that at a later time if you wanted to see all our programs. But I'll go ahead and start with our first program, or our first budget line item is 101 567, which is our cemeteries budget for the Woodland Cemetery and Mount Evergreen Historical Cemetery here in Jackson. We have been holding pretty steady with a little over 100 burials a year, and also the maintenance of and upkeep of those areas. Not a lot of changes going on. We're just trying to keep offering the best service that we can for citizens and people coming possibly at the worst time of their lives to see us. We want to make sure that we're offering a good service. So not a lot of changes in 101 567, but always happy to entertain questions on that. 101 752 is a budget of administrative budget. It has a few administrative salaries, and it also handles like kind of what's happening in our office, from paper to pencils to copiers. Those type of things are happening in 101 752. Here's a fun one, 101 758, Nixon Water Park. Nixon Water Park is, I was trying to think it out the other day in my mind, it is about 24 years old. I'm probably saying that wrong. And it's a beauty. It's working hard. And we've had an opportunity over the last year to do a lot of work, a little facelifting here and there. We're excited. I think we're pumped and we're ready. We've got some new pumps. We've done some work on the pool walls. And we have done work in the bathrooms and the locker rooms. So we're really excited to open up for our season in 2026. We're excited to be working with our staff person, Alexa Markham, who's been training all year for our lifeguards to onboard and be a part of not only our swim lessons, but a part of Nixon Park. 101 771, that is a budget line item that handles 28 of our 29 city parks. That also manages from mowing to care of the facility, from a swing set to things that happen in the different parks, but is also part of the trail system is in this. Also working in the downtown area and all the work that we do in the downtown area, I feel roundabouts, public art, all those type of things fall within this budget line item. And here's our new one for our department, which I'm very excited about, which is 101 776, the city center budget. Between September of last year when we opened up and this upcoming September, we are rounding about 50 rentals. We have more coming every day. We have 2 long-term renters in our kitchen and onboarding 3 or 4 more. The exciting part is we're headed in a great direction, and we hope we can keep that going through our marketing and word of mouth for the city center. So that does include the 2 areas of the kitchen and the rental facility area and the upkeep of the building and the needs within the building. Next we have 101 751, which is our cemetery perpetual care. That's part of the money that comes out of your purchase of a lot to help us maintain the cemetery. We've pretty much like you'll see in our funds to come, is we do get a certain percentage of interest that will go towards the care of the cemetery itself. Next up, we have 208 751 Ellis Sharp Golf Course. This is for the golf course, the management of the golf course, everything that the golf course needs, the staff that take care of the golf course and the turf management of that, to the simulators and the things that happen there within the golf course area. Good note there, first municipal golf course in the state of Michigan in the early 1920s, and we're still rocking and rolling since that point. 208 771, much like 101 771, but it manages the full Ellis Sharp property and the needs in the Ellis Sharp property. One of the things that would happen this last year was our annual deer harvest, where we were able to harvest 135 deer and provide 600 pounds of ground meat to local shelters here in our community. We also have 754. If we're open now, you want to enjoy it and find out more about this place and talk budget, we have our Ellis Sharp miniature golf course, and that is the budget for that. We have 208 753, which is our driving range learning center, where you can take classes or enjoy yourself on the driving range. And next up we have 296 756, which is our citywide activity fund. And that is the fund in which, like when people are paying fees for softball, our active living program, different fees come through that and help provide recreational program in that area. Next, we have 297 Recreation Millage. This is our first year of our recreation millage that we passed in 2024. And so we're underneath that new millage that will be with us for 10 years. We got swim lessons back. We're going to be doing a couple of sessions of swim lessons, which is popular, something's asked for, and providing a lot more programs, which you can see in your booklet of our over 100 programs that we're offering at the Booze Recreation Center, at the MLK Center, at the disc golf course and pickleball, you name it. We're working on activities. And one of the greatest thing about this is the money goes right back into our community by employing local high school and college-age students to stay in Jackson and work in our programs for this summer. And we also have the endowment fund, Ella Sharp Endowment Fund, and the Lloyd Mount Endowment Fund, which is affiliated with our Ella Sharp Park program. And it's an interest base that comes back to help with our funding within Ella Sharp Park and is available through the Ella's Will, and which we manage through our Ella Sharp Board of Trustees. I hope I didn't talk too fast, but if there's anything I can answer or help with, please let me know.
Council, what questions do you guys have? Yes, sir.
Kelly, in your Nixon pool presentation, can you talk to us about any changes to the operations there for the summer?
Pardon?
Sundays.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I was like, yes, I know it, but I can't think. We've been evaluating, which we always do. We do a lot of debriefing after seasons to see what is working and what is not working. And what we're finding is a high need for a session on Sundays. People want to get out on the weekend, cool off. We haven't been doing Sundays as of late, and tried Friday and Friday nights. And that wasn't super popular, but we think Sundays is going to be the place that we need to be, because that is what we're here to do, is meet what the citizens are asking. And that's where a lot of our events come from, is citizens talking to us about what they want to see. And so Sundays, we're really excited that we will be open this summer on Sundays at Nixon.
And also, not to dwell on the city center, but could you repeat the rental numbers for both, like the general space on the first floor? And
Absolutely.
Then, talk about what it means to have a year-long renter in the kitchen.
Absolutely. We'll start with the kitchen. We have 2 year-round renters and several onboarding, but the year-round renter is a commitment not only to the kitchen and what we can provide for them, but also the opportunity to have them in our kitchen for a whole year. Relationship building, opportunity to work together. We're very excited because these are people in our community doing things in our community. You're going to see them places when you go. They're going to be catering events. So we're excited. Committing to a whole year is amazing to be in our kitchen. You commit by an hour sometimes. You can commit by different levels to be a part of the kitchen. But to say, hey, I'm going to be in your kitchen for a year is an amazing opportunity from 2 high-level caterers. We're really excited to see that. In the rental space, we've been busy, and we've been busy every weekend this May. We have rentals happening all the time. We're getting calls and tours all the time. And to have, over 50 renters in a building that we had just opened up in September and moving our way into this next September. And we already have several renters coming in for 2027 that are hurrying to book now so that they can get their time into the center before it books. Because a lot of times if you wait, sometimes that stuff goes by, and people are calling right now trying to make that work. And that's been a great opportunity for people to tour, from doing photos to having an anniversary party. Everything has happened in the center thus far. Baby showers, we've seen everything. So it's been a labor of love for sure, everybody that's involved in it. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Thank you so much.
Put some time on that clock. Put time on the clock.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. It's a pleasure to be here tonight.
Good to see you.
I think it's the quickest budget session I've ever been to. Start my clock.
You can go.
Thank you. The Community Development Department is comprised of numerous different divisions. I'll start out with the General Fund divisions first, which is the Planning Department Fund 101701. The Planning Director and Zoning Administrator's primary responsibility is to guide land use, development policy, and growth that best meets the cities of Jackson's goals. This work is steered by the master plan. When you look at the numbers on the increases of expenditures in this fund, the driving factor was the master plan. The master plan, we have through the 26-27 budget year allocated or request for allocation $90,000, $60,000 of the $150 that was allocated previously through the RFP process was expended, and that's $60,000 in the 25-26 budget year. You will see an anomaly in the actual 25-26 in which you see $88,057 for salaries and wages. That was due to a part-time planning and zoning administrator, Chris Atkin, who had left the city and was working part-time as a consultant until we could find a replacement. You'll see an increase in training for the planning director, Mr. O'Connor, where he will be attending Brownfield conferences, the Muster, and Center for Community Progress. These are very important trainings so he can stay on top professionally of his skill sets that are required. There is an increase in membership dues. It is very important that our staff is a member of the professional organizations in their field, and that is reflected here in the budget. Are there any questions on 101701? We'll move to Historic District Department. The City of Jackson Historic District encompasses a significant portion of the downtown Jackson and contains buildings and sites of historical importance. It features a variety of architectural styles dating back to the 19th century. The Jackson Historic District Commission is listed in the National Registry of Historic Places. This is a very important department for the city. The funding increase was very small this year. We did have a slight funding increase because we are asking for allocation of $500 for training for the HDC and for membership dues. Very small. Not much else noteworthy in the changes for the HDC. Are there any questions? I'd like to move on to the Administrative Hearings Bureau, which is 29900. This is also a general fund supported activity. The Administrative Hearings Bureau is responsible for addressing community concerns related to blight. The city defines blight as condition that negatively impacts property due to factors such as decay, improper storage, and other issues affecting property and quality of life. You will see some increases here. We have administrative hearings officers who, one is a retired judge, district court judge, and the other is a retired district court magistrate. They had not had a raise in quite some time. They requested a raise, and a raise was granted. That is one of the driving factors. The other is the uncollectibles for fines. That went from basically $93,780 in 24-25 to $100,000 in 25-26 budgeted, and then we're anticipating $100,000 again. That is a hard fund to collect. We don't typically rely on that revenue stream to come in, so there's traditionally a loss in that fund. Any questions?
Council, any questions?
Oh, this is easy. You guys are easy on me tonight. The City of Jackson Building Department, 249, that is not a general fund activity. The building department, like other divisions within the community development department, are supported by fees that city council had approved. The latest fee structure for the building department, I think, was last approved 3 years ago. City of Jackson's building department operates under the authority of the state and local building codes. These codes and regulations are in place to ensure the construction, demolition, and property maintenance activities to meet the safety and structural standards required by the state of Michigan. This fund of revenue on, I think it's, are you up there? Fund revenue. Fund revenue is hard to predict. We try and do a smoothing. I'll take an average of the last 3 years at where revenue was at. Difficult to predict because we only receive funds when people purchase permits. And that money goes into this fund and it can only be spent within this fund. Largest drivers of increases were just wage increases and training. We did make some adjustments to this fund and the personnel and how that personnel was paid. Personnel, I'll address this in the next fund discussion, but Mr. Taylor, who was 100% paid out of the building fund, we had to change the allocation so that part of his wage was paid out of the Housing Code Enforcement Fund, and that stands to reason since he's the one that is 100% responsible really for that activity. The increase was very small, 2.85% from 25-26 to requested 26-27. I'd say that's pretty good considering cost of inflation. Are there any questions on the building department? Freddie, you look like you have a question.
So the license and permit, I see that it's a little bit down from last year. I see it's a little bit down from last year, the license and permit fund.
Well, it could go up. If we get big projects, it could go up. It depends on house building, decks, anything somebody gets a permit for that goes into that fund. So it's really difficult to predict what that's going to be. We hope, I would say we hope next year if we get maybe 50 new houses and a couple other larger structures, that will increase. No other questions? Move on to the 251, the Housing Code Enforcement Fund. This fund is used to account for receipts and expenditures related to cost operating and enforcing the housing code by Community Development Department under the provisions of the city ordinance. The department is responsible for registrations, non-occupied residential structures and units, and inspection of these structures or units to ensure they meet requirements of Chapter 14, which is the International Property Maintenance Code. Surprisingly, this fund had a decrease of 0.804%, and revenues are predicted for next year to be lower because there's not a registration. Registration is every 3 years, so when there's a registration every 3 years, those registration dollars go into this fund. There's no registration for next year, even though when houses are sold and a different buyer purchases that, and if it's still going to be used as a non-owner occupied residential property, they will have to register it. So we do anticipate some revenue, but it won't be as great. Some of the cost-cutting measures that we've done is we used to have, there were actually 6 full-time code officers who did housing inspections. And then we went to 5, and then when Mr. O'Connor was promoted, we went from 5, and now we have 4 housing code inspectors who also perform blight inspections, and we have 1 part-time. So we've done a great job, I think, of decreasing staff and helping us be able to be fiscally responsible. There is no contribution to this fund from the general fund. We have spent down, or will have spent down, the majority of the fund balance. We don't anticipate coming back to City Council for a resolution to increase the fees the next 2 years. We would like to spend that fund balance all the way down as much as we can, and that way it will be 6 years from the last increase until the next requested increase. Other things we're trying to do to cut costs is we're going from in-person trainings, we're going to go to more virtual trainings so that code officers can keep their international property maintenance and license. So that's going to help. We do have some additional stipend increases because everybody in the department went and got certified as international property maintenance code instructor or inspectors. Collections are still a driving factor. We anticipate 10 to 20% in uncollectibles. There is, you will see in the revenue, there's a part in there for what our collectibles and so forth were. Uncollectibles for previous years, actually we were a negative, and the reason why that is we collected a great deal of old debt, and that piled on top of taking care of old debt, which made that a minus for those years. So when you read that and you see minus, that just means what we did is we took the money that was collected through the court system, and we paid off that old debt, those old invoices. Now will show negative. We're not in the positive on that, on collectibles. $285 I'm sorry, are there any questions on the housing? $285, the EPA Brownfield grant. This was an assessment grant that the city received for $500,000 from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. That is pretty much getting spent down, or as spent down. That paid for phase 1 and phase 2 activities. The next couple are going to be quick. There's really not much there, but I have to cover them. Any questions on the 285 EPA Brownfield Assessment Grant Fund?
Do we have plans to apply for future brownfield assessment grant funds if they're available?
Yeah, Mr. O'Connor is really watching the listservs, and we use Fishback currently for a lot of our brownfield assessment work, so we're in constant contact with Fishback to see what is out there that we can go after as far as grants to help us out with some of those sites that are environmentally impacted and the negative. Next is the Housing Stability Fund. That was the My Hope grant in the state allocation. My Hope grant fund, formally adopted by City Council, I guess just over 2 years ago. The program was designed to promote energy efficiency upgrades and target lower income households. That $250,000 has been exhausted. Great job, Council. State allocation grant, as you know, the 1/3 of those dollars, Council voted to allocate those toward the 100 Homes program, and I believe there's out of those dollars left that was allocated, maybe 4 applications left that could be granted those dollars. So great job. We pretty much exhausted those. The other grants that are out there for the state allocation are the Jackson Housing Commission and RIA. And once those, all the receipts and so forth are turned in, we anticipate that that balance is going to go to 0. Are there any questions? I'm sorry, my voice is killing me. 234 HCDF MISH grant. The HCDF MISH grant was the grant that the city had received in the form of $880,000 to build 4 visitable and accessible houses for individuals with disabilities. Those houses were constructed, and the closings have taken place. The houses are occupied, and those grant funds have been expended down to $0. No, I'm almost done, Freddie.
Sure we got questions?
Well, yeah, I'll take them. Affordable Housing Development Fund is the fund in which the 100 Homes program is, the down payment assistance is being paid out of, and the expanded rehabilitation. We exhausted the dollars for the expanded rehabilitation. We have dollars left over. we anticipate going through roughly 900 and, well, it's going to be less than that as of today, but $950,000 for 38 more homes. It's going to be less than that because we actually approved our 68th home, and probably soon to be 69th home this week. So that may be expended down even to less than that. Are there any questions on any of the divisions or funds? Mr. Green?
We have our 100-home program, and from the sound of it, with good news you shared tonight, having 68 approvals. But that's not just the only thing we're doing with housing, is it? Do
No.
you have a sense offhand, because I'm putting you on the spot here, in the last year, how many units have been built in the city of Jackson, including the multifamily units? Do you have a sense of that?
Close to, council, the work you've done and the approvals you've done, we're close to 90 structures. That's not total units because we have some that have 53 and I believe 56. We have the ones, all the approvals that we have from the 100 Homes program are not included in that number because they're not built yet. They're approved but not built yet. So that's where there's a difference between what we actually have in the ground and built and then the greater number of how many have been approved. And the reason why there's so many more than 100 is because we have Alan Edwin, who I believe on Maple, Chittock and Williams are putting up 12. There's numerous up there if you went down there. VMG, who has built up most of the health district. You have Agricon and Mike Felis, and all these are builders that you have voted to sell lots to construct these homes. And the over-under Mr. Green and I had a couple of years ago is probably times by 100. So it's a lot of building going on, and hopefully that helps our building division in the revenue that we have. Are there any further questions? Ms. Hunt, you have one? Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm waiting for you to excuse me.
Just one, just pertaining to the 100 homes. I mean, one, I think we've done a phenomenal job. You guys have done a phenomenal job, just in general, one, with the 100 homes project and how that spurred and attracted more developers to build more homes, increasing the amount of houses we have in our community. What's your prediction on us finishing the next 31 houses?
I can't just answer that with a quick.
I know.
We have about 1,900 applicants. The race is against the building speed, not the number of people who could qualify or need a home or need our down payment assistance. From the time that someone is approved till the time a house is built, you're looking at 4 to 6 months, depending. Our application process is very quick. Someone completed the process in 2 hours and 50 minutes, I guess, from what Corey indicated. Some people take a couple weeks. And then once the process is done, then we introduce them to the builder, and then the whole building process begins. And that can take those months. So we're kind of racing against the clock. We have a staff member who's fully dedicated now. We had some transition in personnel, and we had to move somebody into a different position out of that role, and we had somebody who was very qualified to move into this role and is approving them very quickly. Not that the other person wasn't quickly, but in the down payment assistance, we have to go back into the entire list of prior applicants and go through those, filter out which ones with the additional assistance could qualify, and we contacted every single person and said there's more dollars available. What could help even greater is the Corridor Improvement Authority has approved dollars for to pair up with our down payments, the city's down payment assistance dollars, to the tune of 35,000. So that's huge. I believe 35,000. Excuse me, no, it's 30. So that would be a total of $55,000. An applicant could receive on a $178,000 home, which is incredible amount of money. And that that would give us 10 from the corridor. If we could get 10 in the corridor, that moves the needle considerably. And the builder's also building on spec. So we have a lot of things to meet that number. The builder who's building on spec is Norfolk. They built 5 specs recently. The siding isn't even on one of them. That's the North Forbes house, and there's already a purchase offer, and that was accepted. So and if you go by Griswold, you'll see that Green Heights without the E is got stakes in there for 6 houses right now. One is up if you go by there. It's pretty incredible. Great work, council.
Great work, Shane.
Thank you. Anything else? You're very welcome. And we did, if you go by North Street near Miss Gunn's house, you'll see that we did extract a structure there. And hopefully the view's a little bit better out your front door now. So, thank you.
You're about to get into engineering and DPW. Anybody needs a potty break now?
Oh, yeah.
Good time.
Wait.
Okay, can we just get a motion for 10 minutes?
Brief break.
Okay, just need a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Okay, 10 minutes.
Man.
Looking for a motion and support to return from our brief commercial break.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are back. Come on down.
Well, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm going to do things a little different this year. I have Chandra with me, and I would like to say before I even start that it's fitting that she's here because she does all the heavy lifting for the budget. So she knows the stuff like the back of her hand, so if there's a question that I may not have the answer to, she will certainly know. And I'm going to start, this is my opportunity really to actually expand on what we do too. So I would like to do that to start. DPW maintain the streets, sewers, and catch basins year-round. In the autumn, the city provides leaf collection. In winter, snow and ice removal is a priority. Additionally, DPW has 2 city cleanup days, fall and spring. Public Works maintains divisions through streets, sanitary sewers, water distribution, forestry, and motor pool. And are all responsible for maintaining 100 miles of local streets, 54 miles of major streets, 8 miles of state highway trunk lines, and this all includes street maintenance and repairs. Last year, we laid down 1,896 tons of asphalt patching and padding. Forestry services includes tree trimming and tree removal. We do sign repair, storm sewer maintenance, and collection system maintenance. The collection system is the sanitary sewer system. So, and our water distribution staff is responsible for maintaining 244 miles of water main, 1,670 hydrants, and 2,412 valves. So, last year, they did 55 water main breaks, exercised 543 water valves, replaced 23 water main valves, repaired 16 water services, and replaced 20 curb stop valves. It repaired 15 sewer lines and retired 3 water mains. And lead service line, we've really ramped up now, and we're doing between 20 and 30 lead service lines a month. Utility billing staff sent out 70,844 bills for water and sewer, totaling $18,890,972. Water services completed 6,193 calls for service. The water plant operates 24/7. They treat and soften water for over 50,000 people. And the city in Blackman Township in 2025, the water plant delivered 1.95 billion, with a B, gallons of water. The water is tested daily in the city's certified testing laboratory according to EPA and state regulations. And the wastewater plant provides service 24/7 for over 85,000 residents and businesses in the city and surrounding townships and the prison. In 2025, they averaged 10.1 million gallons of sewage per day, 3.7 billion gallons total. Pollutants are removed as flow passes through the treatment processes, with the clean water returning to the environment through the outfall at the Grand River. And I'm going to let Chandra talk about her own department, DPW Physical Services.
Good evening, everyone. The Public Works Fiscal Services Division plays a critical role in the financial planning and grant management for the Department of Public Works and Engineering. This work ensures funding is aligned with infrastructure improvements and the city's street, water, and sewer systems. The division also leads water and sewer rate studies to support long-term operations, maintenance, and capital investment needed to provide safe, reliable services for our city residents and the surrounding communities. In addition to Fiscal Services provides the day-to-day financial and administrative support for the departmental operations and works in coordination with the city's finance department. The division is staffed by 2 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee, which is amazing.
All right. With that, we'll jump right into the budget. The first one we'll talk about is forestry. Now, a couple years ago, I went to Jonathan and Heather and asked for more money because ever since 2023 when we had the big ice storm, we were so far behind. It was just staggering. So I thank them for throwing some money at us so we could catch up, and now we're in a much better place. we reduced our response time drastically. So, it looks like now it went down a little because we have no more extra money to catch up. But we're in a much better place. And the next thing is sidewalk construction. And this is kind of like the same old. There's really not much to talk about here. This is city-owned sidewalk construction. So not much has changed. There's a small increase, and that's about it. Drains at large, this went up a bit because of we're in the middle of our MS4 program. And for those of you that don't know, MS4 is like stormwater pollution prevention. And Eagle is they're getting to be more and more strict on the regulations. What that is municipal separate sewer system. So this is stuff that runs off the streets into the gutter pan and right into the river, so in the catch basins. So we have a lot of rules we have to follow, and actually I have a meeting with them in a couple of weeks, and we're going to see about our permit. The used to be permits were once every 3 years for this, and now they're once a year. So. And then next, we have ground maintenance. And now this went up a little bit because of leaf pickup. This is city mowing, lots, islands, parkways, trash container pickup, and 50% of leaf pickup. And this is city lot and snow removal and salting. So there's not really much to talk about there. And then we have tax property maintenance. And this is mowing properties we take back from the county. And there's really not a lot to talk about there. We have to do what we have to do. So the next one is civic affairs, and I'd like to talk about that one a little bit. It went up because of the second location for city cleanup, but I'm for that. I'm absolutely loving it because I heard the mayor say a couple of weeks ago that it's so nice that you can, if you want to, you can go to the Nixon location now and you don't have to wait so long at Water Street. And the feedback we're getting for these city cleanup days is incredible. I mean, the people seem to love this. So I would like to keep doing, the 2 locations as long as we can afford to do so. And now we're down to streets. I'll just go through this to give you a little background. All street money is Act 51 money except for trunk line maintenance. Act 51 money comes from gas tax and vehicle registration. Some construction comes from federal grants, and that's more on Troy's side. But as far as salt, I always get this question. We store 4,500 tons, and we order about 500 tons at a time. Now, right now, we have a barn full of salt. And the reason why we have a barn full of salt right now is because it's on last year's prices. We don't want to wait because we know salt's going to go up every year. So we don't want to wait and buy it next year when it's going to cost more. So we stock up now. And we have 155 miles of streets. This summer we're going to focus not just on patching, but we're going to try to do some padding. But of course, we talked to engineering about we want to pad streets that they're not going to reconstruct in the near future. Padding is, I was having a conversation today with Troy. Padding will last maybe 2-3 years, depending on location, the condition of the road underneath it, and how much traffic that that pad will see. But that's just a way to get us through for a while. There's, the major street fund and the local street funds are pretty much the same. They don't change much. We do in the winter we do salting, plowing. In the summer we do patching, padding, and street sweeping. These don't really change a lot, and so it's based on a equation from the state, anyways, based on how many miles of road you have, and so. Trunk lines is a little different because there's about 270,000 and we bill that back to the state. And there's really not much to say about that because they set the price. Now I'd like to move on to one of our bigger items is the 402, which is Water Equipment Replacement Fund. One of the big things that you're going to notice in here is we're going to spend $400,000 on a machine that pulls wells. Now, they've been wanting to buy this for a few years, and we put it off, but the thing is, we pull 3 to 4 wells per year. And we figure we can put, we only have to pull 10 wells, and it's paid for itself in 5 years or less, because it costs so much to have a contractor come in and do that work. We're not talking about little residential wells. We're talking about big production wells. And another project that we're doing is in 1999 they did a project at the water plant. You're gonna say something?
What you mean by we pull wells? Can you explain that? Just for me?
So you have to pull the wellhead off and pull the casing out to inspect it. And you would think, they're multi-stage turbine wells. So the motor's up top, and you have a big shaft that goes down, and you pull the whole thing out. 150 feet of it. And you pull it, you inspect the pipe, and you have to do this every so often to do maintenance on the wells. Where was I? Oh, and they did a project plant, the water plant in '99, and they redid a lot of actuators and valves and things, and we have to replace some of these actuators now on the clarifiers and things at the water plant that are way beyond their expected life. So that's another price that might jump out at you. And the brickwork needs to be done at the pump station across the street from the water plant, and that's just because that's an old building. It's a beautiful old building, but we're going to have to give it some love. And the next thing on the list is the lead service line program. Now, right now, this is a huge priority for us. We were talking, someone brought up ARPA money earlier. We're spending the last of our ARPA money in DPW on lead service lines, which is where I think it should be spent. We have, to the end of the year, we have to spend it. So we're allocating as much time and resources as we can to this project, and we will have the money spent by the end of the year. We have to build up some money in this line item because we know that the grant money is going to dry up. So Chandler's been doing a great job making sure there's some money in there so that we can continue to do lead service lines after the ARPA money's gone. And then another big item that I want to talk about is the 406, is the wastewater equipment replacement. And now we switch over to wastewater. The big thing that you're going to see is the capital improvement bond digester improvement project. Now, no one has touched our digesters at the wastewater plant since the early 80s. So this work, it was severely needed. And this, it's the rehabilitation of digesters 1 and 4, including cleaning and coating the concrete walls, removing floating lid from digester 4, replacing it with a stationary domed lid, installing new mixing pumps and piping, new sludge transfer pumps, and new heat exchangers, and new gas collection equipment, and new associated control system. And this is a total of about $9.6 million. So that's a big one that absolutely needed to be done. And that one might jump out at you. And now we're going to go to the 590, which is the sewer fund, and Chandra is going to talk about that one.
So the 590 sewer fund is used to account for the operations and maintenance of the wastewater treatment plant and the collection system. We serve not only Jackson residents, but also Blackman, Summit, Spring Arbor, Napoleon, and Rives Township, along with the state correctional facility. We have recently finalized negotiations with these connected communities to bring the contract to City Council on May 19th meeting for consideration. The most significant benefit of this contract is the updated rate methodology that establishes a fair and equitable rate for all ratepayers based on the use of the system. The increase in expenditures in fiscal year 26 and 27 is due to additional funding needed for capital improvement projects planned in the wastewater equipment and replacement fund, as well as the new debt service payments for the 2026 capital improvement bonds, which were approved by council in January of 26, and we are closing on those, like Heather mentioned earlier, to complete the wastewater digester improvement project that Mike just discussed. That's all I have for the sewer fund. Did you have any questions?
I would just like to say that I'm very proud of my staff. It was a long time coming, but we settled the sewer contract. That wasn't easy. So, and I don't want to start naming names. I'll probably forget somebody, but there were a lot of people involved. That had a lot of help. And I'm very proud to tell everyone that it's done now, and we have a good contract, and you'll see that at the next meeting. And the next thing is the 591. It's water. There are all the grant money and everything runs through this, so it looks a little bloated, but the one thing that might jump out at you that I want to mention is we have to clean a lagoon at the water treatment plant because we've been putting it off. The last 3 years, we put off cleaning out a lagoon because, it was an easy place to cut money when we needed it. We trimmed the fat every year. And now that bill's coming due. If we don't clean one out this year, we'll have no place to put the sludge. So we have to spend $1 million and clean out one of the lagoons. And that's a big item. And now, again, I'm going to turn it over to Chandra and let her talk about Public Works admin.
The Public Works Administration Fund is used to account for the labor pool of employees, primarily funded through reimbursement from other funds for services rendered. The reimbursements are calculated as a percentage of direct labor costs for hours worked by Public Works employees on various city projects and activities. The increase in the 26-27 budget is due to increases in employee wages and benefit cost per the recently negotiated Michigan Association of Public Employees contract and the investment in employee education and training to obtain commercial driver's licenses, water distribution license to operate our water system, and along with safety and first aid training for all frontline staff.
Thank you. And now we only have one left, and it's motor pool. And I don't want to embarrass Chandra, but 6 years ago when I entered into this position, that fund was broke. And because of Chandra's hard work, we actually have a reserve now. We can buy the stuff. We can buy one plow truck a year and afford a couple other things. So this fund has been repaired. So this year we're going to buy one plow truck, and I know I've talked to some of you as you come through DPW about. I'd like to get to the point where we don't have plow trucks over 10 years old because they're used and used. And for some of your other vehicles that you don't use as much, you can go over 10 years. But the one we're buying this year, the one that's going to be replaced is a 2003. So we're not there yet. And we're buying an F450 with a dome body. And some lead boxes for hook and lift trucks. So we're actually going to be able to buy a few things, and we're very happy to see that this fund is repaired. And that's all I have. Anyone, any questions?
Mike, you mentioned lagoons at the underwater operations. Lagoons are something I think I'm more familiar with on the wastewater side. Can you just describe in detail the lagoons that need to be cleaned out at the water plant?
Sure. So in the softening process, there's a lot of waste. It's mostly calcium, and when you soften water, you got to get rid of this sludge. It's not harmful. It's actually Farmers love it. It brings the pH up, and they call it sweetening the soil. So well, we have to dump it out, and we have these lagoons. We put it in the lagoons, and they come out and they dig it out. We dry it out in the lagoons, and then they dig it out and land apply it to farmers' fields. It's a byproduct from softening the water.
Seems pretty expensive. What strategies are you looking at to reduce our costs for it?
Well, we've talked about many things. We've even talked about trying to figure out a way to buy our own trucks, our own front end loader out at the water plant. We've looked at presses. We continue to look at different ways that maybe we could save money. There's a lot of different ideas, and no idea is a bad idea. The presses could help. What that does is it compresses the sludge, and then you just haul it off to a landfill or a farm, But we haven't taken a leap yet. We're still looking at some of these things. As of yet, we haven't done, because we're going to have to do some engineering and figure out what's the smartest thing to do.
Thanks, Mike.
Yep. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Reference to lead service lines, and this is, you don't have an exact answer today. I'm just curious if we can just get an update on where we are on lead service lines being replaced, just in total.
Oh, the total?
Because our website is not up to date.
Yeah, I can get with Troy and we can come up together because we're both kind of working at opposite ends here. So, yeah, we can come up with something. Anything else? All right, thank you.
Oh, wait, hey, where you going, man? What? Go ahead, Bill.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for having me. I'm going to do mine a little different. I emailed you guys a summary sheet. I think you guys got it. I'll give you a couple to pass around. Thank you. Basically, what this does is this summarizes the charts that are in the budget. It kind of takes several pages and makes them into a single page. I try to make it easy for me to follow, and I'm sharing that with you. So this is a summary of everything engineering does, and then I'm going to sit here and I'm going to summarize that for you real quick. So we're going to do a summary of the summary. Basically, if you look at what engineering does, we do mostly construction, but we do have some line items like 1, 4, 6, and 9 through 11 on this chart I gave you. Those are non-construction items, and they basically cover traffic services. When I say traffic services, I mean mostly traffic signals. We take care of street lighting and parking. And if you look at the chart that I gave you, you're going to find that for those non-construction items, spending is going to be relatively static year over year. It's going to pretty much match last year. There might be a little bit of fluctuation, but nothing big and nothing that I think I need to bring to your attention specifically. If you look at the rest of the items, basically streets, sewer, and water, those are for construction. About 85% of the money we spend is on construction. And that's not static. It's going to be a significant decrease from last year. If you look at the bottom of the chart, we're projected to spend about $43 million by the end of this fiscal year, but next fiscal year we're going to be down to $22 million. So it's a significant reduction. So what's driving those reductions? One that's always big for us is when MDOT does a big job, it makes the numbers look big. Well, last year, if you recall, they did the Cooper Street Bridge. It's mostly MDOT funded, but it does show up in our budget. So it makes it look a lot bigger because it is bigger, but they're done with that. So going into next year, it's not going to show up, and that's going to make it look like we're reducing our work. But the other part of that is we are actually reducing how much work we're doing as a city. A lot of the spending that went on last year, we're kind of catching the end of the COVID era grant money. It's kind of like the rat going through the boa, and it's kind of passing through. I think if you look on the flip side of your thing, of the page I gave you, you'll see there's 25 projects listed for this year. Well, last year when I did this table, it was 36. 25 is a lot of work, but it's not 36. I don't know if you guys recall last year, you couldn't hardly get home because there was construction everywhere all at once. It's going to be like that this year, but not as bad. So spending's going down because grant funding's going down. We're looking at construction about half of last year in terms of dollars. But that being said, I think it's worth noting this year with 26 projects and 22 million, by any other measure besides last year, that would be a banner year. This is still a lot of work, more than we do historically year over year. It's just not going to be as big as last year, but it's still a lot of work. So I think that's where we can look ahead beyond what's shown on this table. When I come to you next year, it's going to be a little less. When I come to you the year after, we're going to start landing and evening off and not having as much of the grant funding that we got coming out of COVID and the opportunities that we're able to capitalize on. But that being said, even though we are leveling off, we'll always be doing some construction. It's just going to be a little bit more level and not as much. One thing I can tell you that will continue to be a priority will be the lead service line replacements. We're working with Mike and DPW. We're hitting that everywhere we can. We got our in-house staff working on it, and we're using a contractor. And every dollar we get, we're figuring out a way to spend it so we can do more lead services. I think that's a very brief summary of what we're doing, but I think that kind of wraps up the engineering budget. But I'd be happy to answer any questions if you got them for me.
I have a question for you. Thank you for the summary. After the lead service lines have been replaced, the reconstruction, like the repair, can you describe what that process is for someone to come back out and make it like it was before?
Okay, well, yeah, it's a good question. So they've been working all winter and they weren't able to do repairs, so they are starting to catch up on that. Right now what we've got going on is we got one crew working doing lead service replacements. You know what, let me back up, getting ahead of myself. For most of the winter, there was two groups out there working on lead service replacements. It was winter, they knew they couldn't plant grass, they couldn't repave the road. So those two just kept working and they went nuts. Probably, I don't want to say how many hundred, 400 or 500 got done. Well, when spring hit, they divided. One group is working on restoration and they're fixing the pavement in the street and they're putting down topsoil and trying to grow grass. And that work is still ongoing. We get a lot of calls like, when are you going to get to our street? They're closing in and catching up on it, but there's still more to be done. So when people say, well, my street hasn't been permanently fixed yet and it's been a while, that's true, but it will be done. And we're just closing in on that and playing catch up on that. Did I answer your question or did I say a bunch of things that going around the question?
No, you answered it for the most part. So is there a is it a priority list and how these are getting addressed? I've received several
Well, I would say
calls.
I would say when the contract we're working on now will replace about 800 services, and one of the biggest challenges with that much work going on that fast is keeping a log of what's been done, where, and what needs to be done. And my staff up there with Jeff and Kristen, they do have the list and they know what is needed where, and we are just they're working their way through it. Like everything else, it's a little bit like when there's an outage at Consumers. They're hitting the places where they can get the most done the fastest. You know, those streets that have a lot of patches are getting it a little faster than the streets that have 2 or 3. That's just kind of the nature of how quickly can we get the most done and satisfy the most customers with the realization that means a few people are waiting a little longer.
Thank you.
We do have the funding that we're using. It has to be spent here shortly. I think basically we're going to have to stop replacing lead lines under this contract in mid-June because we have to get all the money spent and into the state for reimbursement shortly thereafter. So you can rest assured they will be done before then because they have to be done before then. Okay?
Now you answered my question.
I took the long route
Thank
to
you.
there,
Yes,
didn't I?
there you go.
Good thing there's not a gong, right? Anybody else? Thank you.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Duck and cover.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I had it all laid out, so I'll be up here for about 2 minutes. But I'm also inspired sometimes by things we hear publicly. So, like Mike was saying, we're here. We get an opportunity to toot our horn a little bit, to talk about some of the things that we see, some of the things that we do. I was listening in the public hearing section. I began to realize, you know, maybe I'm not doing my job of letting people know what DEI is happening in the city of Jackson. So maybe we need to talk about that a little bit more so they can better understand what it is. So if you can't see equity in our city, it's because you haven't looked at the collaboration between Chandra and Troy in our engineering department and our DPW to put a $7.5 million reconstruction street on Martin Luther King Drive. Now keep in mind, Martin Luther King Drive was Francis Street, and the community fought for 45 years, 49 years, thank you, Mr. Mayor, 49 years to have that street name changed to Martin Luther King Drive. $7.5 million, which replaced storm sewers, water mains, street construction, reducing the road from 4 lanes down to 2, and sidewalks on the side. If you look at some equity, you can start right there. You can also look into our DPW, which just had another trash day where it invited the community to come out regardless of where you're from and bring whatever trash and waste you have to the community. Equity can be found there. If that's not enough, then look at our assessor's office. You can give them a call. If you're having a problem paying your taxes and things haven't worked out for you, you can meet with them. And if you can't meet that burden, they can work with you to get through that. You can also find equity in our treasurer's office with a payment plan that she came up for those struggling to pay their taxes. Equity in our water department, where in the whole month of December, they eliminated shutoffs for this community because of the need. That's equity at work. You can find equity in our community development department. You've heard about the 100 Homes program, offering down payments to families to be able to afford a home. Combine that with an additional $30,000 from the MLK-CIA's Cornerstone Initiative program to make it available to everyone. Equity is beautiful, but it has to be accessible to all for it to truly be equity. 100 Homes, Fix 36, curb appeal, rehab program for families that are in need of assistance can be found right in our community development. You want to see equity? Take a look at our city council, where our city council voted for the first time in our history to not place an assessment on a community that couldn't afford it at that time. So we do have equity. It is visible there for you to see. Let's talk a little bit about diversity. When you separate those 3 words, sometimes you get a better understanding. We just say DEI, politically that challenges some people. So we're going to separate it word by word. Diversity, we have a Racial Equity Commission, DEI office. And do those things really make a difference? I don't know. Let's see. We have African-American police chief, Hispanic fire chief, that both started on the bottom rung of their departments, that worked their way up. Tonight, you heard from our first female finance director for the city of Jackson and our first female Parks and Recreation director for the city of Jackson. Diversity is not just color. Any difference that makes a difference, that's diversity. You can see that here. You can see the summits and the different things that they're doing. Look at our city council. We have the most diverse city council in the history of Jackson, Michigan, led by my friend, our first African-American mayor for the city of Jackson. That's what diversity looks like. Inclusion, we included our youth when we created our youth council. We included others when we created a non-discrimination ordinance to make sure that people weren't discriminated against by gender identity. Inclusive sessions at Martin Luther King Center for senior citizens to make sure that they can give their opinion on how the city of Jackson operates. meeting with the Jackson's Immigration Coalition to find out how their lives are being affected by the political things that they see happening in communities across the country. Conversation with Disability Connections to make sure that the services that we have are meeting the needs of our challenged communities. Inclusion includes our police department's civilian academy, where they bring in civilians for you to get a chance to go through some police training and see what it's like to be in the situations that they are in. That's how you include people in your community. Included is when we support events like Juneteenth, Hispanic Heritage Festival, and Jackson Pride. When we give new opportunities to grassroots organizations and get criticized for it greatly. But that's what inclusion is providing those opportunities. They get a chance, we're giving groups a chance to address issues where they are closer to the problem than we are. That's what inclusion is. Inclusion is when every supervisor in your whole organization goes through a training that teaches you to look beyond yourself, that gives you little mnemonics like OODA to remember how to make supervisory decisions. OODA, orient yourself, observe, decide, and act. Teaching all of our supervisors in the city to set your ego aside, listen to the people that we have on the first line. That's what inclusion is. The reason I brought that up is because sometimes people think DEI is just the work of our department. It's not. It's the work of this entire city. It's the work of every single department. It's the work of every single employee. Like we've been taught, once we know what the mission is, it's our responsibility to do whatever we need to do to accomplish the mission. And now to get to my little budget here. We don't have any big ass, but so every once in a while I'm moved by the things people say when they step up to this microphone. But tonight I had time. So we just want to be able to speak on those things. In our budget, there was some reference to a couple years when our budget was a little larger than what it normally is. That was based on the fact that we had a racial equity audit going forward, so our contractual expenses at that time rose for a while, and the last of that expense is in this year's budget and financing. But it's pretty simple. We're like every other department. We're doing what we can to reduce and meet whatever the needs are of our organization. Any questions? Council, any questions?
Could you please repeat that DEI?
It's real simple. DEI, difference, diversity, any difference that makes a difference. That's all it is. Any difference that makes a difference. It could be size, it could be religion, it could be ethnicity, it could be race, it could be color, it could be anything. But that's not what the public wants you to focus on. Equity is real simple. I walk into this room and I bring a box of shirts for everybody in this room, and it's one size fits all. Well, that's problematic because me and Heather won't be able to fit the same shirt. Equity simply means I walk into this room with a shirt that everyone can fit in their size. That's all it is. We can have the greatest programs in the world, but if everybody can't have access to them, then there's no equity. And inclusion is real simple. I'm having a party. I like, if I'm going hip hop, I got my Jay-Z music. I like to wear dark colors, so everything in the party is dark and blue. I like greens, chicken, yams, a pretty good meal, but it's only what I like. Then I want everybody here to come to the party. And I'm disappointed when you don't come, or you leave after 2 seconds so you don't want to hear no more Jay-Z. Inclusion just simply means I'm having that party, and I go and I say, Shalonda, what kind of music do you like to hear? And I step over to the mayor, and I say, Mr. Mayor, what would you like to eat? I say, Ms. Angelita, can you help me with these decorations so I can make sure I'm including everybody in it? It's just including people in the decisions that we have to make that affect their lives every day. That's DEI.
Yes, I know the funds are running out for artwork. Can you tell me where are we at? Is that part of this?
Okay. It's not a problem at all. So yes, with the MLK CIA, as you see, all of the funds are planned to be utilized by December 1st of 2026. At this point, it's about 2.478 that's been used, and they have plans to use the rest. We have a couple major projects in the working. We talk about some of those things and what we're talking about, the food access, commercial corridor. Obviously, the grocery store is still our #1 priority. We have some very positive announcements we're looking to make in the next couple weeks, or I should say within the next 30 days regarding that, and some funds will be utilized there, as well as we have a restaurant incubator at the corner of Prospect Street and MLK Drive. We're looking to do some work on as that. And there are some other land acquisition things and development things in the corridor that we'll be working through with our finance director and guidehouse to make sure we're legit with everything.
Thank you.
Very welcome, sir.
I see in your business development and organizational capacity that the 5th tranche was that's
Yes.
listed. Do we anticipate any future tranches?
We don't know yet. The 5th tranche, we had 61 applications. 12 applicants were moved forward. 8 of those are in the final process right now, going through that. So the corridor, the MLK-CIA board has to make a decision at some point. Do they want to go to another tranche, or some other things that they want to do? Have some expenses and some things they have to take a look at.
And how much money is remaining?
Just under $2 million.
Under $2 million. Okay.
Right, Heather, I'm doing the right number there, based on what we have here. Yes, ma'am. Close enough. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And by the way, we are in the middle of our, I should say right at the start, of a fundraising campaign. It talks about it a little bit in the paper brochure that you have, but we're in a fundraising campaign to work on the sustainability of the MLK-CIA corridor, so that when the funds are out, we're not out. It's still sustainable to maintain and continue economic development in the corridor. It's one of the things that we also think is, for Jackson, it's extremely unique, and a lot of people don't understand, why would you give $4.5 million to this area? We have an area that was intentionally divested in disinvestment for a long time, to the tune of a loss of $4.2 million in actual loss in 1960, but in today's dollars, an equivalent of $42.3 million in lost equity. So for a city to come along and intentionally reinvest in a struggling community, we don't get to see it a lot, but in the communities that it has happened in, it has been a benefit to those communities, which as a whole is rising tides lift all ships. So as Jackson continues to lift, we want to continue to lift, not just the South Side community, but the East Side, the other communities that we're working with as well.
Council, any other questions, comments, concerns for Mr. Willis?
This is nice. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
Come on down.
He's on the agenda.
Well, who is this guy? Who is this person? You work here?
Mayor, council members.
I didn't see no budget. I thought we took him out the budget.
Very difficult to follow, John. Go ahead and brush your shoulder off. I apparently have 99 problems. So enough of the Jay-Z references here.
I like that. I see what you did there. I appreciate that.
So not a lot of exciting things here. My budget doesn't change very much from one year to the next. It's a people and paper and pencils type of budget. So I think of significance, we really we got a car probably back in 2014 before I became the assessor of record. We held on to that car. We got it before it went to auction, picked it up from the Department of Public Works, and we drove it until it started to malfunction. So we did have to make a arrangement to get a used vehicle, a used leased vehicle from DPW. So thanks to Mike Osborne for kind of coordinating that with my office and Chandra for your help as well in getting us that. So that was a significant increase. The other increase has to do with software packages that we have. I think engineering had been covering our GIS budget for a number of years, and they had since allocated that. So with that, and then the increase of the other software packages we use. That was really it, other than just the increase to the employees' pay. Questions, concerns?
Council, what questions do we have?
Freddie?
I'm sorry, I never seen you before in my life.
Very good. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any department you'd like to hear from? Matt and I can do ours, but they're status quo budgets, no personnel changes.
I won't hear from the
I'll speak for you, but.
Yeah, I won't hear from the city council budget. No, I don't.
Well, which one of you guys put it together? I'll let you come up and present on it.
That's okay. I thought,
It's real short. No budget.
You thought I did it. No.
Everything else is pretty much status quo. This, the goal for me, you heard from Heather at the beginning, and she provided you with the budget message. The overall goal for me to you, for this budget, and for every budget, is to be boring as possible. Don't want to have any landmines. Want to suss out as much stuff as we can and present to you guys a balanced budget, one that adheres to our fund balance policy, one that continues the strategic and tactical decisions that you've made, and one that emphasizes, while everything is important, I repeat that, so every department can hear that, every city department and every city employee is important. But that being said, the big five, police, fire, water, sewer, and roads are what people depend on and what they touch and feel the most. That's why we led with those departments tonight. And you'll see in those budgets the commitment that we've continued to make to the residents to make sure that those budgets are in good standing. We have enough personnel to do what we need to do. We can take advantage of street projects and grants still with that. And we can continue to get things done. I think Heather did a tremendous job. You heard it last year and you heard it again a little bit this year, that the end of ARPA. So our goal, and Heather and my goal, is to land softly. And through the wise decisions this body made at the beginning of the ARPA money coming along our ways, to not entirely make all of the decisions one-time spending asks, but to think strategically about how we were spending our ARPA dollars, so that we wouldn't create a bunch of programs that would get funded during then and then have to, stop now. You see some news of other municipalities in mid-Michigan that aren't quite as well positioned as we are. So I'm very proud of our staff to come to a budget workshop tonight, present like we did, and have it just be another ho-hum meeting, because ho-hum is predictable. It's what our businesses like. It's what our residents like. Aside from both fixed roads and no construction, that dichotomy is always fun to navigate in the summer. But as Troy pointed out, very busy this summer. As Mike pointed out, lots of good investments in our public works. Adding a new firefighter in our fire department, police chief. As you heard, one thing that I didn't get a chance to ask him to celebrate his work since coming on as chief, but this is the most staffed department that I can remember since I've worked at the city. There's always been 52 allocated. Never come close to having full staff. And I think by the end of next year, the chief is going to get us fully staffed. And that means a higher presence in our community. That means special taskings by the police department. That means an overall department that can respond better to our citizens. So thank you for your patience tonight. Thanks for going through all these things. Thank you to staff for putting the hard work into all of this over and over again. We started this process. When I say we, sorry, Heather. Heather started this process with Rebecca in January, if not worrying about it before. So thank you to them for that, and thank you for your patience tonight and your questions, as always. They help us sharpen us up. That's all I got.
Who did that? Oh.
When he said that's all we got, that was it.
That was the mic drop.
Dropped the mic.
The hell is gone.
And everything shut down.
Yeah.
Council, do we have any other questions, comments, concerns before moving forward? All right. Just want to say thank you again to all the staff for a great budget workshop. And that brings us down to item number 7. Citizen comment portion of the meeting. I will read the rules for speaking before City Council during this portion of the meeting. Number 1, each speaker will state their name and address prior to addressing council. Number 2, each speaker is limited to up to 3 minutes during the citizen comment portion of the meeting. Council members will not debate or answer questions at this time. Number 3, each speaker should be polite and courteous to the council and members of the public in attendance. While any speaker is free to express his or her opinion on any subject, no speaker may direct personal attacks at any member of the staff or council unrelated to the manner in which they perform their duties, use obscene language while addressing the city council, or engage in disruptive or disorderly behavior during a council meeting. Number 4, should any speaker cause a breach of the peace through their conduct, the mayor may declare the speaker out of order. Number 5, if a speaker is declared out of order by the mayor and refuses to cease and desist from disruptive or disorderly conduct, the mayor may order the person removed from the meeting. Number 6, each speaker may speak once under public comment and may not yield their time to others. Joseph Feller. Come on down, brother.
I am Joseph Feller at 700 East Ganson. I've lived here approximately 13 years. I'm from Arizona. I have a few things I just want to point out. Coupled with our parks, we don't clean them up. I go out there, my wife picks up trash. We fill trash bags all the time. Spent $1 million that we put aside for Loomis Park, and now we also have a additional $697,800 or $685 that we're now going to put towards again. That is quite a bit for upgrading a park that we're not even taking care of. I'm seeing trash, broken equipment, smashed things. I understand everyone's busy. We all got things to do, but we do have people in play. If we're upgrading it, that should be fixing it and paying attention to it. I also want to state that when I first moved here, I enjoyed this city. I love this city. I love this state. With the crime and everything that has gone up, we are looking at quite a high crime rate at the national average of 97%. Violent crimes up by a lot, 326 violent crimes. That's 1,061.8 per 100,000 people. That is 195.75%. That is absolutely ridiculous, considering that we just mentioned that we are almost fully staffed in our police department, which I appreciate. I love having police enforcement around. On my side of town, we see a lot. We pick up a lot of trash, a lot of garbage from people throwing it out. I get it. People suck. But we're picking up this trash. I've called for the city to come remove a dead animal on the side of the road. Got told that is not their responsibility. That is an absolute outrage. I took care of that cat. I buried it myself when it could have been picked up by the city or someone. Stray animals running around, dogs without a leash on the weekend, literally got told, call the police, because animal control isn't working this weekend. Called the police, call animal control, got the runarounds. My wife got chased by this dog. My kid, 5 years old, was also with my wife when this happened. Absolutely ridiculous. This city is downgrading faster and faster every year. The past 7 years, I have watched it go from here to down here, and it's just slowly getting worse and worse and worse. I am not normally a speaker. I took a day off to work, come here, and vent out on how I'm feeling. Seeing this city slowly go down, we're focusing on this over here and this over here and this over here and this over here. We're not focusing on the actual big picture, keeping our citizens safe, making sure that all these properties that are being built are built properly. I'm watching water slide down the roads on these properties, wiping around the dirt because they weren't packed in properly, and all these other things, plus All Pro Rental picking up multiple of these properties. Thank you.
John C. King.
John King, 203 3rd Street here in the city. As far as EEI and the MLK-CIA and all that stuff, a lot of people are making out like bandits with that. You know, I would say John Willis is laughing all the way to the bank with that. And someone might say, well, gee, John, you know, it's the 2020s, you know, there's direct deposit, but the city provides him with a really nice vehicle, so why wouldn't he go down to the bank with it? One of those wanting to make out with the bandit is Jimmy Minnick, who has properties on the MLCIA, and he doesn't mention that, but he's all for himself and being self-enriched. Late last year, I criticized a council member. He ended up coming up and criticizing for that. He didn't mention that he was a paid staffer of her. So he's not, Jimmy Minnick isn't coming from a point of being a principled person. As far as the No Mow May, if you notice when lawns are mowed, there'll still be dandelions and everything like that, flowering plants, even when it's mowed really low. I complained about this nonsense of this No Mow May. It really doesn't increase the amount of dandelions and other plants. It probably could increase the amount of ticks and maybe even Lyme disease. So this needs to be the last year of that. During last meeting, I mentioned my comments. China, with Iran, the U.S. has stopped the ships going to China with oil. A lot of Democrats were against that, criticizing Trump. So it turns out, you know, there's ActBlue, which is the financial thing that allows Democrats to get highly financed. There's been the suggestion, there's a lot of bad things going on there. I think they're indicted. I'm assuming maybe China's been kicking money in there to elect Democrats. There's so many of their really bad candidates, and it's like, how can they raise that much money? So there could be something to that. We'll see what that. Secretary Jocelyn Benson, who is the Southern Poverty Law Center, who I consider a hate group, you know, it turns out they hired in Charlottesville, they hired, you know, the main guy, and so Charlottesville was sort of a SPLC scam. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. That brings us to council member comments. Council member Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all of our public commenters, as usual. I really want to thank city staff for the work that you guys put into producing this budget and doing the little like show and tell for us. I'm sure that it is thrilling for all of you, but I actually do find this to be an incredibly valuable exercise, and it's one of my favorite meetings of the year. So I appreciate all the work that you all are doing, and appreciate the leadership of our city manager, who I rag on a fair bit, but has, I think, been very responsible with tapering down the ARPA bonanza, which is, I think, incredibly important and is work that should really be appreciated. So thank you for that. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to our city staff for the detailed presentations. That information is always helpful. And thank you to everyone that came out tonight to be a part of this discussion. I do want to let everyone know that on May 14th at the Jackson District Library, the Carnegie branch, the Community Police Oversight Commission will be meeting there for our meeting. I know we had decided that the meeting would be held in each individual ward. And so this month it will be in Ward 5. So for those of you that would like to be a part of that discussion, please join us on the 14th at 6 o'clock at the library. Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank all of the staff for your presentations today. It is helpful. Just kind of gives us a rundown of previous year and where we're headed for this year. So I appreciate all of your comments. Our finance staff you do such a good job, so we appreciate you putting together the budget with our city manager, and just thank everyone for coming out, and we do appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No comments.
All right, Councilmember Gunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate these presentations too. It's really helpful to, give us an overview of things that we should be looking for. I mean, certainly reading this is helpful, but it's also good to get highlights from each of your departments and things that you're doing. And so thank you for being here with us tonight. And thank you for the public who showed up. And happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, right? That's this weekend? Yeah. I just got to make sure I have stuff on my agenda or schedule that I'm going to make. So, all right. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make my comments as quick as possible. One, I would like to ditto that. Happy Mother's Day. Special Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers here in the room, on council, in the room in general. If you are a mother, Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to my wife, who made me a father. And Happy Mother's Day to my mother. Love you, Mom. Want to say just thank you and great work to Chief Simpson and JPD on the recent arrest that was made of another person, a wanted suspect for a murder, and all the work that the department does. One of the comments made tonight from our public is this is where I've talked about that statistics can be different than what people feel. So like I acknowledge your feeling that crime has increased, but that's actually not accurate. Crime has actually decreased. Specifically over the last few years, crime has decreased. And it's not because of anything that we've done except for being willing to support what our police department needs, which they can't prevent crime. They can only react after crime has been committed. We can't stop stupid people from doing stupid things. We appreciate whatever work you've done to help keep the park clean. There is a process that you can use. I try to inform everybody. There's a report of concern on the City of Jackson website. It seems like it would be a lot easier to just talk to somebody directly to say, hey, we need the park cleaned up. this, that, and the other is going on. But when you use that website, and I see you said 3 times, so we can check into that, right? Because that creates a footprint, creates a paper trail that we can actually follow up on to see what was reported, how it may have been taken care of. If it wasn't addressed, we can also address why it may not have been addressed at the time that it was reported. But like I said, I'm not trying to be dismissive of how you feel about the safety of the city, because your perception is your reality. But statistically, crime has gone down in several areas in the city. But we appreciate you for coming out, for sure. And again, thank you to the staff for the work that they put into the budget. As our gift that came along with the curse of COVID begins to dry up, or we near the end of it, I'm happy to see that we didn't get ourselves in any situation that would cause long-term damage to the way our budget performs. So yeah, that's all my comments. So thank you, Mr. City Manager, for all the work that you guys have done to put together this budget. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you for all your kind words. I know staff appreciates serving the people of Jackson and the city council. And with that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Looking for a motion to adjourn.